pretty low health. On the plus side, they were using a rotary shotgun, which, again, the shotgun doesn't really get through my armor. The reason why I even... But I'm pretty sure he spawned behind me. I was... Which is really cheap.
I don't know what I just did. How do I get my chat back? No, stop. So it wouldn't let me stream, or it wouldn't let me talk, or not talk, but it wouldn't let me type on Twitch unless I logged in. So I logged in, and now it's showing me Twitch, not stream, like not a chat or anything like that. It's showing me Twitch. I didn't need the chat. Slightly, kinda. That's not doing it. I made a right mess of all this, didn't I? Okay. Welcome back. Hello, everybody. I made a shit show of this one too, so How are you doing, Mr. Red? How was your holidays? Now, my audio is probably going to be very wavy because the mic is once again like very close to me. Am I clear? Am I somewhat loud? If it's 100% quiet, I can hear you. I don't know what that means, Amy. Means your mic sucks? I actually have a decent mic. Well, I have a okay mic. I mean, I'm not spending $500 on a mic. The issue I'm having right now is basically I went from having a 17-inch laptop to I have a 27-inch monitor that takes up most of the desk. So I can't, like, the mic that was set up was basically behind everything, and then it was in front of me. Like, it's on a big arm that would basically hang right above my laptop. So if I moved it right above the monitor, I'm now having to talk in more of an upwards than a forward, and like all of that. So now basically I had to bring it forward. Yeah, I fear sometimes a lot of it is me hearing less. Could be. Position is key for Mike, yes. And that was basically before, like, with my laptop when I was having issues is when I was getting like really close to the monitor. Like if I put like leaned forward to the monitor, basically the mic would be above my head so nobody could hear me, or that. Right now, basically, like the mic is to the right of my nose, and then chat is to the left. So if I'm reading chat, then technically, like my head is gonna be over here. So see, now it's amazing. Grabs duct tape. Yeah. The issue is just like it's also blocking part of the screen. I need a smaller monitor. I can't. This is massive, stupidly massive for a monitor. I stole it from the office. All right. You can cost me anything. I'm gonna throw it back there when I'm done. And that's the other part too. Like taping me in place is I move a lot. I'm severely HDD. I don't sit still well. I have a 26-inch, but then again, I only use one monitor. The side monitor I have is also my TV. It actually has speakers in it. I was shocked on how light this other one was, and then I realized it didn't have speakers. It's I think 24 inches. I'm not sure. It's fine. It's out of the way. I've had it there for a couple of years. It's on a little swivel thing, so I can turn it and watch TV in bed. But the other like the big one here, even blocks that me from doing that. Like it's just too big. Size matters. The opposite direction that people let you, or people usually hint at. How was your holidays, Mr. Red? What did you get up to? Did you even have holidays? Yeah, this one has integrated sound too, so usually I surround sound the music for Amber and use the monitor sound as well, I guess. I have no idea how many inch my screen is. Well, is it large? Like, is it. How much of your desk is the monitor taking up, Mr. Ed? Like, that's the other part, is it's not really the monitor's too big, it's I have a 3-foot desk. And I have a 20, like, one 24-inch monitor and one 27-inch monitor. It's not working. The 17-inch laptop, which took up most of the desk itself, like width-wise, was great. You have a normal size screen, yeah. Beavers. Played this game a bit, not much. So I know how not to die. I know how to do anything fancy? No. Well, a while back, 17 to 22 inch was standard for a desktop. Yeah. I mean, there's the other part too, is I'm also a foot away from the monitor, so it being 27 inches, I actually have to, like, turn my eyes to look from one side to the other. It's not I can see it all in one shot. I'm old. I'm gonna complain. Yeah, my face is about 18 to 24 inches from the screen. Amber loves it because her CC is bigger. Yeah, like for that, it makes sense. Just for, I mean, it could also just be like, I'm very much, I'm somebody like, autism and change does not work well. Or change not. And this is different. So it's new. It's a shiny new computer, and yet I like my old laptop far better. Just because it's different. Just need to get used to it. I need a new monitor. I can't deal with this monitor. It's way too. Once I get a different monitor, I think it'll be vastly different. All right. There. Your range is good. I don't need a bigger desk. I don't want a bigger desk right now. There's many more things that are more important than a bigger desk. Even I know a school desk ain't working. It's it's a table, not a desk. It's a 3x2 table. It's like I have, as I said, I had a 17-inch laptop that its keyboard died, and I had its like another keyboard in front of it, and then I'm using a mouse, not the little mouse thing, and I still had a lot of room with the side monitor. Where now I just don't have that room. That's all. Pause you. I did that backwards. You are more important. I mean, this is all far more expensive than I was planning on spending this year. I wanted my laptop to last another year, is pretty much what I wanted. That's why I got the Bigman's desk, so everything would fit. So was on purpose. Honestly, I got tons of wasted space, but that's where I put everything in the back of the desk because it's not daily stuff. Printer didn't fit, so it's on a mini filing cabinet. If when I move back out, like when I get a job and move back out, yes, I want a big fucking I want a fair sized desk. But until then, this is more than sufficient. It's just I need to get back on my feet that before I compare or care about that kind of shit. Is really what's going on. Let's have some berries. I'm going to inherit that house. The odds of them owning this house in the next 2 years is very slim. Just me, my sister, and my sister would make any inheritance quite a challenge, to be honest. Okay, so let's get some carrots planted. My sister was always the greedy, spoiled brat. We are thirsty. No way. How did I screw this up so bad right off the bat? Yeah, I'm the youngest. I really don't want anything. I got enough. That's I'm that kind of person too. Is I typically hate being given stuff in general. I like to earn everything. My sister is the opposite. So if it's a share situation, they can buy my 4th. I'm gonna resize. The YouTube part. I don't like the YouTube part. Sorry, YouTube people. So one of the reasons that, like, I don't think you were here for this part, but like one of the things I was saying is I switched from OBS to, like, I had OBS on my laptop. Now I'm using um, Streamlabs, so Slobs, which, like, Streamlabs basically ripped off OBS hardcore. Where am I putting this? Nope. Build that, please. I need water. But basically, Streamlabs gives you more customization stuff. So those things that, like, other streamers have, where it's like you type in a command and it does things, that's more Streamlabs than anything else. Where OBS is more professional. Basically, it's like Microsoft compared to Apple. One is more professional, one is more fun. Which one do you want? The only difference between I doubt I'd ever move back there anyway. More South California or Florida looks good enough. The only difference between them is merely user interface. Oh, so it's functionality too. Yes. Basically, OBS is not user friendly. It's much more, you have to, like, there's much more of a learning curve, but once you get into it, you can make it look better. Where Slobs is more, I can, like, you can do all the, like, gimmicks with it kind of thing. Okay, need those built as well. Water is being pumped. All right, once again. Trying to make it not look blurry. On YouTube. Or not blurry, but. So, one of the things that. Your dog is acting up? Of course it is. One of the things that Slobs offers is it also offers a dual streaming, so I can stream on both Twitch and uh, YouTube from this instead of having restreams. Like, I had to basically stream from basically I had to stream to restream, and then restream would stream to both for me. Okay. Thirst is getting under control here. Oh, we got more trees up here. So how am I doing? I'm very distracted. Hey, Wally, how you doing today? Sorry, have to look at my phone for YouTube chat because I screwed up the Slobs chat. I'm special today. How you doing, Daniel? Can anybody hear the game? I can't even hear the game. Fun fact or downright creepy, you decide. What's fun fact or downright creepy? So in The Walking Dead, there was a character named Annette Green. I hope she died a horrible, horrible death. Just kidding. Alright, carrots are coming in. We don't have any place to store them. You're also not that. Carrots, can we set you up, please? She was Herschel's wife, but was played by Amber Haney. Yeah, so the other thing I don't have here is a way for chat to appear on screen. I'm gonna look back into that. Okay, carrot storage is built. Alright. I planted way too much here. Get rid of that for me, please. Also get rid of this. Amber showed me that on Sunday during the internet rant and some crap she read about Googling yourself. Do people actually still Google themselves? but thought that ironically the stress name was Amber was pretty funny. The actress name. Pretty ironic. Oh, she did mention to me your article on that lady was better. Oh, the CBC one? It's kind of funny because the CBC is state-run media for Canada. Right, here I need to get science going. And it is, well, very biased in some aspects. But there's this, like, they have this little, I don't know what you call it, but the one, like, basically, the Andrew Chang guy there, he has a little, like, 15-20 minute thing every couple days. And it's not biased. Basically, like, I've started watching him a couple years ago, and it's like there's things that like he's done on Trump, and he's agreed with Trump, like on Canada. It's like basically it's like Trump is right on this, and it's like there's ones where he's like basically he's just stating facts, and it's like thank you. This is what I want from news. I don't want. This is our opinion. I don't care about your opinion. Oh, yeah, we got. So science is coming in. I need to start getting. How much wood do I have? I have 24. You are built. Everything is built. Okay, so let's start paying a bit of attention here. And I need a lumber mill. Just plop you down there with a wheel. So how much? I need 30 science and 7 planks to build a forester who would plant trees. We all have these trees and these trees to cut down still, so it's not a big rush. I thought he did quite a he did quite well not being biased. Yeah, that's what I want from my news. I don't really want biased news. Like I don't want to get political here or anything like you. I'm a very political person, but I try to keep the channel non political. Quite honestly, he had better explanations than our info on the subject. Yes, very much so. I can't stand American. I watch a lot of American news. Your news is utter trash at best. There's no other description I can have for that. I hate like so in Canada we have 5 major political parties. We have the Liberals, who are center, and they are our main party and have been since the founding of Canada. The other main party is the Conservatives, who are the center right. That is our most right-wing government. And then we have the center left, who is the NDP. the Quebec Bloc, which is basically just a Quebec party, and we have the Green Party, which is they get a lot of votes, but they don't get seats, but they're more center as well as like where the Liberals are. And in the past 20 something years that I have been voting, I have voted Liberal once because there was no, like, none of the other parties had a leader that was doable. And like basically, if you don't agree with the Conservatives, you're everybody's just like, oh, you're liberal, and it's like you're a disgrace and blah blah blah. And it's like, shut the fuck up. I'm not liberal. Elect a fucking leader to your party so that like you stand a chance, or shut the fuck up, because it's really annoying having somebody who's vastly incompetent. Drought approaching. Okay, we got 3 days before drought approaches. It's going to be short. We already have enough water to survive. Even if I don't get a dam going. We have the science. I wasn't paying attention. Let's grab you. Okay, so do we want to keep our trees up here? It's not a bad spot for trees. I could put them down here. A road right across. Where does it? Right there. Oh, that wasn't even the right thing that I was clicking on. Okay, so it wouldn't cover all of that. I don't really care at the moment. Put you there. Of course, I think Trump should have kept his mouth shut, but I know his ego just wouldn't let him, since mostly ICE is his political position. Well, ICE is his tool. It's his apparatus, right? Okay, so I need some pine trees to be planted. The pine trees are fast. They take 7 days to grow, and you get 2 wood out of it. Or 12 days to grow? Yeah, 12 days to grow, and you get 2 wood out of it. The oak trees here take 30 days, but you get 8 wood. Where did that end? Where did you end? 2 wood. Alright. Oh, that's your range anyway, so that's not bad actually. You're out of range, so let's move you over to there. That covers all of the same area. Delete that one. That's a birch. That's fine. You can go there. You can go there. Oops. Oh. Not the biggies. But yeah. Okay, so that guy will plant trees. He's going to do it in the same area that we're cutting them down. I'll probably have to move to cutting down other trees before this is done, so it's not too big of an issue. I need housing now. Let's so that we get more beavers going. I just hate where basically society is going on the entire, like, it's getting very divided in a horrible sense between basically your political ideologies, where the different political ideologies all serve a purpose. Like in Canada, basically when we have the conservative government, it's typically like our economy grows the most, when we have a liberal government, it's our rights grow the most. So it kind of balances out between the two. And like, I don't know, it's just so, people are just so whiny and obnoxious about all of this now. Okay, do we have plants made? I have not been paying attention to you. You are working white. Why isn't this built? Oh, because we're out of wood. Derp. Alright, let's move you guys over here. Let's move one of you over here and one of you down here. That fits, so there. And pause you. Pause you. Why were you cutting down that tree there? Oh, because I missed that area, did I? That's fine. Do you know the TV show Gunsmoke? Nope. Oh, right. I need to say cut down these trees. Three. And you need a road. Okay, so we got one job less than Beavers. I'm not sure who that is. Well, anyways, it was a Western show, like, I don't know, 50 years ago. Okay. What about it? So this drought will last for 2 more days. We're well prepared for it, so it's not a big deal. Speaking of, though, so where does the bad water, I'm guessing, okay, so bad water comes out of there. Really haven't looked around. There's a lot of bad water coming into here. Oh, you come from here as well. There's a mine there. Where's our closest metal? Is it that? That? Probably that one would be the best. Not far. What about it though, Amy? That I found odd when they started it. It had a disclaimer about the science depicted where we're off a different era and are not necessarily today's social norm. I was like, what the fuck? You can't tell it's old as fuck. So not quite sure I understand what you're saying. Are you saying basically the show is stating that the normality of basically the old west was of a different era and like things were more acceptable back then than they are now, or different things were accepted then than they are now would be a better way of saying that. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, you look at shows now and like I can't remember what show I was watching. Like shows and video games does this too, where it's like The medieval dynasty game that I like to play, people were complaining for a long time that you couldn't play as a female, and it's like, well, or that there's no black people, and it's like, you're in the Czech, like you're in Bohemia, like in basically 1100 BC. There, yeah, there's no black people, and playing as a woman would be like, like it's not. It's just how things were then. Don't complain about it now. That back then sucked. Like, did they really need to inform people? They do, in a sense. There probably was like a handful of black people in 1500s Bohemia, not really enough to, and most of them would have been like in trading capitals because that's how they would have gotten there. I mean, a handful, sure, but not like 19. Yeah. Okay, so there's no water over here. Bad water is going through here and then out. Where was this bad water? This bad water is going along here. There's a lot of room on this map. Holy crap. More water over here. I've only played the like little dinky maps. How are we doing? I really haven't been paying any attention. I'm not really. Okay, so the water's back. They're replanting the carrots. We have lots of food still. We're fine. Water, we are fine. Wood is coming in slowly. I need to get houses built. Can you build that quickly? That is 5 logs. So the forester is built. Okay, so who do I need the least? Let's turn you off a bit. Like, I don't know. I just feel that maybe education is to blame. I know when I watched that show as a child, I never even thought about, oh, it's different from today. It was like I already knew that, but then stating it just felt unnecessary. Annie, you live in a country that coffee cups say warning coffee hot. Have you started? No, there's nobody working there. Where the hell did the person go? Let's cut. Oh, there's only 2 people here. What the hell? I need people. Okay, we got trees coming in. Still, one of these houses is being built, and that's not going to be sufficient. I need quite a few houses built before we start getting population. This is only 3 people. We have 11. I have 9 beavers. Oh, I'm lacking people. Alright. 3 who died of old age. Yeah. Okay, so I need 4 houses built here. My dad's pet peeve, he would order coffee like at McDonald's and he would always said, well, it better be, yeah. I mean, ordering a coffee that's cold would kind of like defeat the purpose, wouldn't it? I mean, cold hot chocolate. I've never had a coffee in my life, but cold hot chocolate's disgusting. Cold cider just tastes like apple juice with cinnamon. You're running. Do I need you to run right now? What do I want to what do I need for science? I'm fine for the moment, so let's just put you down. We have 170 staffed up anyways. Now you can order iced coffee. Actually, I get that at Starbucks too, hot or cold. I don't really go to Starbucks. They have good hot chocolate, but they have something like a vanilla milkshake. Oh, I meant to make a milkshake before, but I'm trying to set up the stream. But Starbucks is just too expensive. Oh, and our news thing came out this week, like a thing that said about 4,000 restaurants are going to close across Canada in 2026. It's like, good. Lower your fucking prices. Like pre-pandemic, Wendy's or McDonald's was about 1 hour's like was around one, like to get a meal at McDonald's or Wendy's was about 1 hour's worth of work. 1 hour's worth of like minimum wage, which is kind of BS. Because if you're working 8 hours a day and you need a freaking lunch, and you're only getting paid for like 7 of those. I wonder if it's a tariff thing for you. We don't really have tariffs here, any. Your tariffs don't affect us. You do realize that, right? You pay your tariffs. We don't pay your tariffs. Happy chicken, for God's sake, just run from them. Oh, don't get me wrong. The food here is great. Like we have a lot of really good restaurants. It's just the prices is stupid, and it's basically the thing is during the pandemic, like prices were some prices were high before the pandemic, and then during the pandemic, everything skyrocketed in price, and then they never lowered it back down when basically everything settled down. So now you just have a whole lot of places that have stupid high prices for no reason whatsoever. Like in Ontario, I think minimum wage right now is $20 an hour. And if I order Wendy's, like if I order a meal from Wendy's, to get it delivered to my house is over $30. And most of Canadian food comes from Canada, Andy. We do not import food from the US that much. Honestly, Wendy's is better. I like Wendy's. That's why I'm 11. That sounded weird. What was that sound? Oh, we leveled up. Because we got houses being built. People are happier. They'll start putting it on soon. How am I doing? So these little birch trees give you very little wood. They give you one. Is there nobody working here? I need somebody here. I thought somebody was working there. I like Wendy's, Popeyes, and not Starbucks. Swiss Chalet. Or A&W. I always get the Dave single no lettuce because lettuce takes forever for me to chew and swallow so I don't choke. I usually just get a bunch of little double burgers because it's cheap. So I can get like 3 burgers for like $12. Oh, they got a spicy chicken sandwich. Is awesome if you like spicy. I do. Their spicy chicken sandwich is great. Yeah, haven't had it in years. Yeah, so these little trees are pathetic. You get very little out of it. We can cross over. How much planks do we have? We have 13 planks. All right, let's build a way across. Might need these trees. They do it here like limited time only? Oh, it's all year. It's always here. It's interesting. You can find people on YouTube who've gone they're typically Americans. They come to Canada and they're like, "Oh, let's try all the fast food places and compare them." And like the comparisons, a lot of the fast food places in Canada, like Wendy's and McDonald's, you have more options in Canada than you do in the States. And it's shocking. Like Burger King makes a real decent mushroom Swiss burger, but it's only once in a while. Less corn syrup? Yeah, we have less corn syrup. As I said, the food in Canada does not come from the U.S. and it's not because of tariffs any. It's because food in the U.S. has chemicals that we don't allow here. It's same with Europe. A lot of people are dying of old age. I am down to 7 people. Or 7 beavers. Okay, can we get this house built? I need you to focus on this. I need you to focus on this. I need less people here. And... okay. That's been my agenda lately. I don't know why. Maybe because like 70% of the residents are like, yeah. Well, that's pretty much the thing. Is you give healthier food, the people are healthier in general, which takes less strain off of your medical system. As long as you don't profit off your medical system, it works wonders. If you profit off your medical system, you're not going to go with this system. Okay, 3 houses, so birth should be happening now. 4 houses, birth should definitely be happening now. Another drought is on its way. I want to start damming this up. We're not going to get it done before the drought. We're still prepared. We got tons of water and food to store. So, yeah, we're fine. And Annie, not to be sound too political, but you know something is seriously effed up when your 2 biggest medical concerns in a country are obesity and malnutrition. Okay, so this is almost cleared out. Do we have a way across yet? Not quite. Okay, all the houses are now built, thank God. Why are you complaining? What are you complaining about? Oh. There you go. Okay, so I have enough room for 18 and we have 7. Get this built. That'll stop some water. It'll back some water up so that even in a longer drought, we'd be able to pump some water, and it would still like there would also be some hydration here, but not as much. I watched a video yesterday on a dog kibble, and the bottom line was it's affordable, easier to handle, but it will decrease the lifespan of your pet an average 3 to 5 years. Yep. As I said, as I said to you, like my parents have been making. So the current dog and the last dog we had in his later years, my parents were making their foods. Um, basically they went from like the expensive chow, which still caused a lot of issues, to making food because it's healthier. Like even when they were doing the expensive chow, my parents were adding in carrots and eggs every day. So they're just like, fuck it, let's just make our own. So basically, there's a lot of dry sealed, or like, I don't know what you call it, but like sealed, airtight packages in the freezer full of dog food right now. That's why I earlier mentioned trying to make food, but it's way too difficult. So the pine trees here, they're still going to grow, even without the hydration. They hold 12 days worth of hydration. Or sorry, yeah, 12 days. And they takes 13. Sorry, they hold 13 days worth of hydration. It takes 12 days for them to grow. So even unhydrated, once they're planted, they will grow, but you can't plant them if there's no hydration. The oak trees, they take 30 days, but they will die after 15 days. You don't get too long of droughts. I think the longest drought I've seen is like 8 days. It might be different on different maps. I would like to see them go longer. It would make it much more of a challenge. I'm sure I could set up different settings pre-game for that. Are you... You are in... Cut down those. Yeah, apparently the pet food to get is freezer dried raw, which was odd because Amber knew that and she's never had pets. She's scary, sneaky, I feel sometimes. Yeah. I mean, I've never lived in an apartment building, but I know all of the laws about it. Like, your landlord cannot. There is no no pet policy. You cannot have that. It's illegal. Okay, so you can be deleted. I'm going to move you over here. Most people don't know that though, so. Let's build you, and we're going to put you up there, and you can take out these. There's some good trees in here with some bad trees, so should get some good wood out of that. Drought ended. You can see the carrot's literally dying. Fine. It's fine. Drought resistance 2 days. We still got food, right? Yeah, we're fine. How many farmers? We're down. We have no farmers. That's okay. We don't need farmers. I'm surprised there's no fishing in the game, but I guess it would make sense because of the droughts. But it is something that beavers eat is fish. Well, as far as fixing things, as a landlord, my tenant is in a good position because whenever whatever affects her affects me. Yeah. I've usually lived in places with landlords, so I didn't really have big issues either. Okay, so trees have come along nicely. You're not going to plant over here anytime soon. That's fine. I can expand the water a bit if I dam this up so that the water will be higher. Like this here dam pieces, they let water through, but they do stop. Like you can see that there's a solid barrier for like 3/4 of it. So water will rise a bit. How am I doing here? We have 8 open positions. We're down to 5. Oh my god. Can you guys start breeding? Fortunately, they have short childhood. Like, grew up, you're 7 years old in your child. I think it's like 4 years old in your child. Or you're an adult. I need water. So, Annie, are you wanting to continue with Valheim? Or are you done with it because it's been too long? I'll understand if you're done with it because it's been too long. Because I'm usually like that too. dog is suspiciously quiet. Wonder what it's destroying now. That's usually how that works, yes. No L5? Okay. Is it possible for me to convince you to play Vintage Story? Yes, I know it's a block-based game, but as I said before, it's much harder survival game than anything you've probably played before. Like the survival aspect of it. We got 52 logs. We're up to 7 beavers. Again. And 1 baby. I know you're gonna say ew, but I mean, I did give Elder Scrolls a shot, really not into that one. I did not like Elder Scrolls. The issue with Vintage Stories, I have to pay for a server. It's not expensive per month, but yeah. You know how things work. No, I wouldn't want you to pay for the server. Well, every time I play, I start by paying for a server, and then the person I'm playing with never joins me. I really gotta stop asking her to play games with me, because she was the one that was supposed to play Valheim with me too. So you can see that the waters rise here and flowing faster. The water dynamics of this game are quite impressive. Don't they have a free space? No. Free is you buy the game. You play single player, or you can probably play on a public server. I actually the public servers are kind of different because it's a game they haven't promoted the game yet. He doesn't want to promote the game until he's finished with the lore. So it has a decent sized following. But it doesn't have any dedicated. I don't think it has dedicated public servers, but it has a lot of public servers. But for a lot of them, you have to apply to show that you're actually serious in wanting to play. Oh, these trees are popping nicely. You are growing nicely. So I think this guy is actually in range. Yeah, he's in range of a lot of this. So that's fine. Okay. We're taking our sweet ass time here, that's for sure. Really, we're hurting on the number of beavers that we have. That's pretty much what's holding us back right now. So yeah, the water's higher here now than it is down here. When the drought happens, basically this water won't run off the map. So eventually we'll either pump it out or eventually it'll dry, if it's a long enough drought. What do I need to do next? Next would probably be coming over here to grab metal. Which I need more science for that. We need more beavers is what we need. I only have one getting me one farming right now. So they'll eat berries. They don't care for berries. They don't get any happiness from berries. They do get a bit of happiness from carrots. They get happiness from other foods as well. Just berries are basically your don't starve dealio. Oh, good. Carrots are finally coming in. Why are you still standing there? Oh, wait, that's not it. And we have nobody here. Alright, let's grab somebody to work here. Can you all stop dying of old age, please? So I'm gonna look at starting a new one. If you don't want to play it, I completely understand. I know it's. I knew it was a long shot after you begin with. I really screwed up the last one by adding a whole lot of mods to it, like basically continuously adding mods to it. I could try to figure out how to fix it, but I don't really care to. I miss my village, but I think I want to start a new map. One that is more like 50% water, so that I can basically have a lot more coast. More sailing's faster, and all that. My issue with my map was it had a lot of water, like a lot of lakes, but unless I sit there connecting the lakes, sailing was pretty much out. So like I was rafting places because I could pick up the raft, but you can't pick up the sailboat. I kind of done with Once Human. There's more difficult things to do there, but definitely requires a team. So I guess solo play has run out, which is fine. We pretty much F2P. I don't know what that is. It anyways. Yeah, maybe spent $40 between the two of us. Oh, free to play. The two of us for outfits over 2.5 years. Yeah. Okay, so can you look up a game that you would like, a multiplayer survival based game that you would want to play? That's out. But I did like doing Valheim. Because I don't know how much of Valheim we really have left. I think we're about halfway through. So we are going to need a new one. Unless, I don't know, are you into building? I usually take over the building. Are you into building? I never asked you this, to be honest. I don't know, haven't played Icarus in like 2 years, and I know they did a lot of stuff of it. Well, they update it every week still. Amazingly enough. They still update that game every freaking week. We can do another run. I am not against that. I was actually thinking of that too. And it's free. We don't have to pay for it. Because we already own it. All of these are almost gone. Am I guiding beavers yet? I'm down to 5. Can we please just stop and start fornicating? Like, let's increase this. Yeah, so there's stuff they added that none of us have done. Okay, when you say this, are you saying like a new map? Or is it the one map that we don't have that we don't want to get? Or what is this? But I also feel it's become more of a team thing as well. Well, that's fine. We are supposed to play that game as a team. Or do you mean more than two of us? I don't have any builders. Let's grab one builder. That'll only take a second. Everything's right there. More bosses and monster type stuff, I feel. I don't know if I've ever done any bosses in that game. Alright, let's put you back down. I don't know, I somewhat read the updates once in a while. It's just a... I don't know what that word is I have. A vibe I get. Vibe, got it. Well, I'm definitely not against playing that game. I like it, Chris. So, are you wanting to do a... Did you like how we did the last one? Where we had, like, the open world that we set up everything. We could always jump back there. We were about to set up a whole lot of outposts. Or did you want to start a new one? As far as building, I kind of don't care. That's kind of what I expect, like, what I got from you and Amber, was you guys don't really care, you just do a building. A building's a building. It still exists, right? We could start over. We could start from scratch. Basically, new characters. We can be newbies again. Or do you want the continue? That's up to you. We're down to 4. I think I lost, to be honest. I haven't really been paying that much attention to this, except in more chatting. But my population is continually going down. So yeah, like you can see carrots get them 1 happiness. Other foods do, berries do not. Social. There's lots of stuff here that gives them. Now increase them or increase their happiness. The question is, how old are you guys? Oh, I can name them. You're 6, 12, 20, 18. I don't know how old is. I mean, I think picking up where we left off might be good if the new content is overwhelming. I mean, we did get to, like, pack horse ability, which wasn't horrible. So you want to continue where we left off? Where we left off, we have one basically kick-ass base, and we were about to set up a whole lot of outposts. We were literally in the process of building all of the things, and then we were just going to transport them over into, like, each region. I guess we could try Ark, but I wasn't too thrilled with that either. I'm more interested in Icarus than I am Ark. And to be fair, I tried Arc with you twice, and both times you gave up within like 2 weeks. Sorry, I had difficult grasping the mechanics. No worries. I'm not complaining. You tried, which you try, you don't like it, that's fair. I mean, we both gave up on Elder Scroll within, what, 2 days? 3 days? So yeah, you can see, like, basically water is still here. This will dry out in a minute. But we still have this. We even have a person coming in. I mean, Valheim, not the greatest either, but eventually I think I got it figured out. Now you get to figure it out again because it's been over a month. Okay, so we got 7 adults and a baby. Okay, see, that's what dried out. Still got decent amount of water here, and he's still pumping. Let's pause you for the drought. We don't need any more water. We got lots stored for here. Said it had an update. Oh, did it? So as long as there's water here, you can see the ground is hydrated within a certain radius. If you basically build walls around it and put more water into it, then the hydration radius goes out farther. So if you build a massive reservoir there, like you would have a lot more. Don't ask me. Oh, I betting I was the took Christmas out. Probably. End of Yule. I mean, we got the tree in there. That's what's important. Why are you doing nothing? Because you got 20 of 20 logs. We're packed on logs. Alright, let's lower you down. I just need people to be fornicate more. We got 9 now. So yeah, one of the issues I have here with like the Slobs program, like the recording program or the streaming program, is for me like it offers dual streaming, so I can stream on both Twitch and YouTube, but one has to be horizontal and one has to be vertical. So basically, if I like streaming on YouTube, you can see it's more for like a cell phone, for you to hold a cell phone to, but it's really messed up on like the resolution kind of thing. We are all we are at I guess essentially plains on Valheim. We're not at plains yet. We're still in the mountains. We just kind of like started playing the plains. So yeah, we're still on silver in the mountains. We need to get onion seeds and like grab some more stuff from there. Once we do that boss, then we can go on to the plains a bit easier. Yeah, she did a lot of the mountains because we completely skipped it so far. I've been in the mountains. You haven't even attempted them at all. There's caves and everything in the mountains that we still gotta look at. Alright, we're up to 10. Well, the monster mechanics was kind of hard in the plains with getting like fireballed, but yeah, I not did much in the snowy place as you did. So basically, how this game is working, this is my biggest complaint about Valheim, is the way the game works. Is you start off in the meadows and you go from like meadows easy, like you start and then you're medium and then you're advanced and then you go black forest and you medium and you're advanced and then you go swamp medium advanced, like, but you're basically, it's just every time you get to a new biome you're basically just live fodder kind of thing, like you're in a meat grinder, and then you get like as you basically get your resources from that new biome, you advance and get better. Like you don't get better, you get more armor that will keep you better. But then all of the other biomes are basically redundant once you're past them. So I kind of wish like other games like Ark have a basically tiered monsters. So like Icarus, you have like cougars, and you'll have a cougar that's level 1 and you'll have a cougar that's level 30. And it's I kind of miss that because as like we're not getting that. So like basically you can just go sit in like the black forest, and as long as the troll doesn't find you, all those little dwarf guys, they can't hurt you anymore in your good armor. That's my biggest complaint about the game, is like it's just basically once you're past a biome, that biome is no longer relevant other than to get resources. Where I wish they would have made it like a tiering system that would have helped you progress, like, or helped keep it more exciting. So that there is no real, like, the only safe place would be meadows. Going into the Black Forest would still be dangerous. Okay, how are we doing? Okay, so we're almost up on jobs. I do have a lot of things paused though, so unpause you. Um, damn build case. So what part am I at? If I went metal next, what do I need to start metal? I need scrap and logs. Oh, to build it, I need gears. Okay, so let's look at getting gears. That is 100 of you, and you go there. Okay, so let's build another one of you. need research. Research is coming in. I can build on you. Yes, I can build on you. So let's throw you down right here. And then on top of it, we're going to build another one of another sawmill. And then next to that, we are building a gear workshop, which is 100 science right there. So the gear workshop uses planks to make gears. So we're going to double our gear or our plank output here. Well, my combat abilities too, I feel is horrible because of all my deaths. Like, I got the concept of what to do, what to use, just takes me more because my DPS is shitty. Annie, you've seen me play games. I die more than you do typically. Are you having fun playing the game? Like, are you enjoying playing Valheim? Well, yes, you did last time for sure. I mean, in Icarus, I die like probably like 5 or 6 times to every time you die. Yeah, it's a good distraction. Would you prefer to play Icarus over Valheim? Or do you want to continue with Valheim? Okay, so the wood is picking up again. We're almost where we started, basically, population-wise. We're at 11. Oh, we're at 12, which is where we started. 2 are children. I think we're pretty. I don't think they're too old though. That's not what I want. 31, 18, 31, 33. 5, you're about to be. I think it's like 6 or 7 that you're handle. Who's 30? Don't know how old you guys live to be. There's a third child. But most of our population is somewhat young, so I think we're gonna have a boom now. Alright. So I got 3 jobs open. Beaver is injured. $80 for a medical bed. We got 47, so sounds like minions. Let's lower you down. It's a better job for you to do. I don't know if that did anything. Nope, you're still there. That's fine. Alright. Okay. I don't know how you got healed, but you got healed somehow. I am surprised there has not been a single comment out of Annie on this entire thing. Too easy? So what's really amazing is I'm running a game and I'm running slobs and everything like that, and there's no heat coming out of my PC, where my laptop would be pumping out heat right now. It'd be like a furnace. Okay, wow, that's crazy. I just remembered a game my dad had when I was little that I played sometimes. What was the game? $39 on stream. Tetris? Seriously, Andy? You know that until like 2020, Tetris was the most played video game in the history of the world? And then it was finally overbeaten by Minecraft. I thought you were going to say like some obscure game. Guess that's why it's $39. 39 a game from the '80s being $39, or a game from the '80s, sorry, 1980s being $39. Yeah, that would make sense. Wood is still high. Okay, so literally I'm just waiting on population here. It is growing, finally. Didn't they make a movie about Tetris not too long ago? Like the creation of Tetris? It's really that old. I mean, my dad played it in like 1997-ish. Yes, I think. Tetris. Free Tetris, Tetris free, blah blah blah. La 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 la. As of December 2024, these various blah blah blah. 520 million sales, mostly mobile devices. 1988, January 27th. Doom and Wolfenstein. Thank you for saying good games. It's like, Jesus. Yeah, Tetris is still like there's still tournaments about or for Tetris. Amazing. Okay, drought. This one's lasting 5 days in total. I think we're gonna be fine for everything once again. It's just population. We're up to 13 adults and 3 children, so we are officially more than what we started with now. Like Rubik's Cube term, yeah. Okay, so let's look at coming across here. I could build a dam, or I could just build stairs. Let's just do stairs. Who cares? For now, at least. Do I just want to run over here? I already built that one. They're now building that one. gonna be a long hike, but that's fine. Guess I was raised right despite my life. Honestly, I was thinking that was it yesterday or the day before? I was watching people react to music, as always, and it's just like basically you have people who are born in like the 2000s and they've never heard of the Beatles. Like I was watching a girl and she's like, I didn't know that John Lennon was a Beatle and Paul McCartney was also a Beatle, and like I didn't know all these people were from the same group, and like I'm just sitting here going, it's like, okay, I don't like the Beatles. I've never liked the Beatles, but I highly respect what they accomplished. How the fuck do you not know who the Beatles are? Sorry. And it's like, oh, I'm from a sheltered home, and it's like, seriously. Okay, so we're over here now. I'm not building much over here. So basically, as you get farther away, the time, like the travel gets worse. We're now in the red. You can build over here. Like you can build different settlements or centers. So like I can build a whole different settlement over here. I'm not going to, but I can. Makes sense. Like I was listening to Glenn Frey. I didn't know he was Eagles. Like Hotel California. Yeah. He was the main writer for their songs, I believe. When he died, my ex got tickets to go see the Eagles after he died, and I was like, I'm not interested. Kind of like the heart of the band is gone. I'm like, But that's the thing, is like basically the two, like she started with the Beatles and ABBA, and it's like literally the number 1 and 2 bands in the history of the world. Good job. And she's like, I don't know any of them. And it's like, I don't know Dancing Queen. It's like, how do you not know Dancing Queen? Yeah, she's done, like looking at her thing, she's done a couple Beatle or a couple Queen songs and things like that. She hasn't done Fleetwood Mac yet, which is kind of the shocking. I think Fleetwood Mac is either 3rd or 4th in the rank of like biggest group. But I do listen to stuff despite I wasn't even DNA yet. Yeah. Well, you know me, I listen to like 50s, 60s, 70s. I was alive for half the 80s, and yet I don't care for the 80s music too much. What have you been listening to lately? Fleetwood Mac was a decision yesterday on a stream I lurked. Sounds like a good stream. How am I doing on tech? We got 130k. Opening up metal is going to be expensive. We're looking at 550 in total. Let's grab another research thing going here. Or two. We still there's still lots of trees there. I don't care about those trees at all. So you're doing that. We still have tons of wood. I also only have one. Okay, so we're short some jobs here once again. Actually, we're not. Oh. I honestly question, like when I watch people react to music, I honestly question, have they never heard of this band or this song before? Because a lot of the times it's like It's like, oh, I've never heard a Beatles song before. Really? Really? I've never heard of Queen before. I've never heard of ABBA, or I've never heard of Fleetwood Mac, or I've never heard of the Eagles, and it's like, you live in North America and you've never heard of these people. And my girlfriend actually explained it to me. Because in Canada, if you, like, you've heard of them. Basically, you might not know, like, my girlfriend didn't know who Queen was, but she, like, basically once I played her Queen music, she's like, oh, I know this song, I know this song, I know this song. She just didn't know, like, Queen as Queen. But it just seems so odd that people, like, don't know who, like, Beatles and that are, and it's like, are you just doing this for views kind of stuff? But my girlfriend pointed out, she's like, a lot of the US, like, the US is massively different on Canada for this part. In the US, for a lot of the country, you have country music and gospel music, and that is all you will hear. Where gospel music does not exist in Canada. Currently, my Spotify is set to global new hits, but I feel somewhat targeted being bilingual. So, like earlier, it was a lot of Latin music, but like old school, I thought. Nothing wrong with old school music. I am okay. So we were talking about streaming. I do want to get back into like doing more variety streams, not just streaming one game a week. So I think it's gonna be like basically Valheim twice a week, and I'm gonna do like 2 other games during the week as well. And I want one of the streams to be like, it's probably just gonna be Twitch, and it's gonna have music going because I like music. I don't know what game that will be, but okay. We got a few extra spots. 291. We can start. All right, let's get some extra storages going here. We don't have much for storage space. Let's grab one for. Points and scrap and metal. And gears. Oh, you guys built that fast, didn't you? Let's grab. Oops. Scrap. Metal. Gears. Metal gear. Never really gotten to Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, to me, using the term North America is a bit general, having honestly a lot of Canadian influence like Michael Bublé, Sarah McLachlan, Avril Lavigne, and of course Celine Dion, but maybe because they are more popular when I was growing up. They're also the ones that made it outside. You got in Canada, we have a whole lot more music than like that has never really made it outside of the US. Brian Adams, I've been listening to a lot of Brian Adams lately. I actually want to watch. I watched people react to... He's Canadian. He's from Kingston. Kind of... One of the things I was thinking about Bryan Adams is I can't believe that Bryan Adams and Shania Twain have never done a duet. I think that would be spectacular. Beavers injured. That's another something point. Yeah, we have a lot of Canadian music, like good Canadian music that's never made it popular outside of Canada. But yeah. What? Pretty much the ones you said, plus Bare Naked Ladies, Shania Twain, and Rush, and oh, what's his guy? I can never. Yeah, Gordon Lightfoot, and then there's another guy I can never remember the name of, and he's like the biggest one. Oh, bloody hell! What's his name? Who sings Harvest Moon? Okay, so we're par on jobs. 16. Oh, yep, Rush came up yesterday, and I immediately knew who it was. Guessing Tom Sawyer. Rush is the gamer music, is the funny part, too. But those are all, like all the bands I just said, or all the people I just said, are like they're the ones who went international. Where like we have a lot more stuff that's just Canadian. I mean, mostly because of my dad. Yeah, that's not a shock. But I was a bit shocked. It was the on the list. So, what kind of music are you feeling right now, Annie? Okay, so we're up on this. Let's start mining. We'll have 2 people mine. Do I want to have a storage here? We got a storage here. All the production is going to happen over here. Currently at least. I don't know. Honestly, I kinda in a slump. I mean, I went from Slipknot to movie tunes on Sunday. What kind of movie tunes? Okay, so we got 3 open jobs now. Damn. Somebody died of old. 2 people died of old age. I wish I could tell how old you were. I'm guessing it's around 50 that they die of old age, to be honest. We had a 3rd one who was old. Let's take a look at that. I don't remember who it was. 13, 51. can't move that? No. You know how I think it's just a PTSD thing lately? It sounds more like a depression thing, to be honest. Works at the district center. Okay, so you're a builder, you're 52. I'm just gonna watch to see how old they grow. They die. Die. Yeah, I get like that when my depression's up. I'll sit there and it's like I'll start a video game, play it for 5 to 20 minutes, stop it, start a new one. 5 to 20 minutes, a new one. 5 to 20 minutes. In a night, I'll go through like 5 or 6 games and then go like, okay, I clearly don't want to be playing games. And it's like I sit there and it's like, what do I want to watch? Don't know what I want to watch. I won't listen to music. And yeah. Okay, so both miners are going. Still 2 jobs open. We do have 2 babies. We're actually at our limit of housing here. Okay, so let's... can I get upstairs here or no? Did you just die of old age? No. Let's pause for a second then. Can I get upstairs? Not quite. What if I do it this way? I don't have one of you. You're gonna cost 100. Yes. Boop. 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 And I'm just gonna throw more houses up top of there. Okay, that'll be a big population boom capabilities once that is built. I want to see that person. Not you. Not. Oh. Yep. 53. Might be 60. You get the building. You're only 53. Come on. Yep, I've been like that a lot lately, and like it's not something recent except Breakfast Club, movies wise. I just blocked. Yeah, that sounds more depression. Bad tides. So, what bad tides is like if you come over here. I don't know where she went. You can see like there's bad water here, brown water. It's not blue. It's not pretty. Looks like toxic, and it is toxic. There's more there. It's mixing in. There's more down here. It serves a bit of a purpose of you can turn it into explosives, or you can turn it into chemicals and then explosives. But basically what a bad tide is all the clean water that's coming in off the map is going to turn into bad water for a period of time. So it'll come down and all of this will turn brown and your crops basically will get poisoned, your water gets poisoned, like you can't use it. So it'll kill everything. So even like the little system I have here of like this that'll hold water for like a few days so a drought is not that disastrous is basically going to work against me now because it's going to hold the poison water in as well. So once the clean water comes back, basically it still has to like go and go and go until the toxic water's out. These will still work, the water pumps, with the bad water. They take a lot longer to pump out fresh water, but all your crops and trees die. Oh yeah, and so like this, where I have beavers walking through the water, they're going to get sick. So, really what I should do is something along the lines of... Well, I got you guys. How am I on play? I got 72. Okay, let's build that. We're going to remove these. Okay, I don't need the metal right now, so let's pause you guys. Let's scrap this. Nope. Okay, what are you guys doing? Pause it so more come out. Bloody hell. Just way too much time. Alright. Get rid of that. Okay, and we're gonna build... This is just platform, doesn't stop water at all. So build that. The funny thing about this game is, frankly, there's not really much to build. Like, this is pretty much the building list here. There isn't that much in the base game compared to other games that I played. However, the mechanics of the game are so much more complicated than other games. Oh. Here. And let's do that one. There you go. Yeah, so poopy water going through. Good part about it, though, is the water wheel still works, so all my factories can still work. It's the first bad tide, so it is short. They do get longer as time goes. I'm not in a rush for metal, so yeah, let's get this bridge built. Okay, I'm gonna actually stop here. And I'm gonna put in a dam. It's kind of cheaper. And over here. So a dam takes 20 logs. Which is somewhat expensive. Not an abundance of logs. The platforms that I was using take 6 planks. which you have to manufacture. So it can be more expensive than that though. Okay, it's 17 hours. Okay, you can see these trees die. So, so no PC struggles? I've had a few. It likes to turn on when I'm sleeping, which is really fucking annoying. Oh, that, yeah. I don't get it because like I'll put it to sleep, and basically I put it to sleep and turn off my mouse, and in the time that it takes me to turn off my mouse, which is like literally I just pick it up and there's a click on the bottom. So like I just push sleep, pick up, click, and in that time basically my mouse has triggered it to start up. So then I have that struggle. So I've learned how to put it to sleep using the keyboard, but it doesn't always like. And basically I I turned off the mouse being able to wake it up, but it still wakes it up somehow. I don't know how. But pretty sure that's something to do with updates. See, here's the thing. I never update. I update Windows twice a year. With a laptop, you just close the fucking thing and it goes to sleep. And that's the end of it. If it has a habit of starting, like it would occasionally like start, like restart, or like turn back on. Sorry, wake up, whatever you want to call it. You just unplug it, and it wouldn't do it on it like at all. Probably Legion is what I mean. So basically, I have it so that like I can turn off the keyboard, like with the keyboard. I have to basically. I found out, or like in the past like day, basically, because like I told you, I have that USB hub that has the buttons. So basically, like everything is plugged into the USB hub, and then I can like basically push a button to turn off that one device. So I basically click and like turn off the keyboard, turn off everything that might use power or might like control it. So the external hard drive, keyboard, mouse all have to be off. Nothing really that might activate it. And for the past day, it has worked where I've been able to sleep without the computer waking me up. And my sleeping, like I'm in my depression state too, so my depression has been kicking my sleeping pattern all over the place. Like I have not been sleeping well at all, and yeah, like basically for like 3 or 4 days there, I've just been getting like 1 or 2 hours of sleep throughout the day, and just have been in a daze because the computer keeps waking me up now. And it's like, oh bloody hell, stop. Okay, oh, I only have one builder. Let's grab another builder. Seems I had that when I got this one. Literally, though, I just turn off monitor and it's so super quiet. Anyways, I just leave it on 24/7. That's fine, except before Windows starts. The tower. Oh, I guess you just don't turn off. Like, you don't put it in hibernation at all, or into sleep at all. I get what you're saying, because basically, when it's on the lock screen, the tower lights up, which lights the entire room up, and I sleep in the pitch black. But yeah, this thing is quiet, and I'm amazed. Like, it's not producing any heat really right now. This game isn't extracting any heat. Was playing Hogwarts Legacy yesterday, the day before. I think it was Hogwarts Legacy that was causing heat to come out of it a bit. But even then, it was not comparable to like the laptop. Okay, I have 15 extra beds. We have 3 babies, 18 adults. One person can have a job. I got 3 pots over here. So you guys are now. Okay, well, clear this, please, because you're not going to be able to do anything else. So do that. Well, when we have company, we sleep in here. So unless it fires monitor, which I physically turn off, so it won't. Yeah, I have all the lighting off too. Yeah, I have the lighting off too, and I threw a notepad on top of it where the button is because the button blinks all night. You don't hibernate. I didn't think of that, to be honest, and it's not a bad idea. I might have screwed up here, actually. This might be bad. You notice that's a dam, and yet the water is equal on both sides because the water is coming from over here and is going down into here and is going down into here and is going this way as well. So basically, I'm just pushing all the water this way, so it's going to stop coming down this way. Well, shit. How do I get over there quickly to stop that? Oh shit. Do that, and let's do a stair, and that is fine right there. I don't know why I didn't see that was drop off. Just turned off all the case lights and monitors. The lights have been off for the past 4+ years. I wouldn't have to read how to turn them on. I would have I got it turned off. It was pretty quick. Pretty sure though it's the Legion control panel. Yeah. No, it's the on-off button has a light, and like that's on every computer that the on-off button has a light, and that's like I just threw a little, like it's a little post-it note pad on top of it just to so that part doesn't blink at me. Alright, I got a couple of spots. Let's grab 2 more builders. So is that going to screw me right over is the question. We're going to find out. Bedtide approaching, lovely. Are we out of food? No, you just haven't eaten. Okay. To be fair, I know you had a little sticker shock, but mine was $1,600 5 years ago, so based on technology, I feel it's pretty damn good. This was a... Okay, so basically, Canada's Black Friday sales are on December 26th. It's called Boxing Day, and that is our big sales day. So I got ours, like I got my computer on the big sales day. Unfortunately, the cheapest time to get computers is actually back to school sale. I don't know if it's PCs or just laptops, but best time to get laptops I know is back to school sale. It's dirt cheap. But this was this computer is over $3,000. I got it for $2,100. It's not that it like honestly, I'm not complaining about the price of the game or the price of the computer. Okay, it's still water. My complaint is more that I wanted one more year out of my laptop. And this Christmas I planned on spending basically few $100s. I wanted to spend about $100 on some games. I wanted a new mouse, a new headset, and just a couple like other things, and then some clothing. So I wasn't going to spend much on Boxing Day. Instead, I got to spend basically 3 months worth of stuff. Oh yeah, and I also plan on like paying for a course so that I can get a freaking job. All that money's gone. And this month's money's gone. And it's going to take me another 2 months to pay for that course that I wanted. So basically, $500 increase over 5 years plus newer technology. It's super economical. Yeah, but you went from 11 years to currently. No, I went from 4 years to current bill. That was only a 4-year-old laptop. The other laptop that I was using when that one broke, which has no internal fan and half the side of it is 11 years old. And let me just tell you, that took 5 minutes to start a freaking YouTube video. But again, if you want to buy a laptop that you do not want to ever upgrade or fiddle around with the inside, buy a fucking Acer. They last. Cause holy Christ, I spent $700 on that thing, and it's like that were $600 or $700 11 years ago. It's still fully functional. Half of it is gone, but it is still fully functional. Like, good God. I'm amazed on how well that thing is actually working. Okay, we can start it again. I got one more unemployed person. I think. I'm not sure. How am I on logs? I still have a full thing of logs. We have planks, we have gears, and we have a lot of dead crops and trees. Excellent. That's where we want to be. Okay, we have metal. Let's build another. Yep. Can I get a third one in there? No, I cannot. I need to get rid of that first. And then I want to get, how much points do I have? I got 1,000. Let's get a smelter. In the way. Why can't I build it there? Okay, well let's with you. Do that. Yeah, Acer was going to be my next laptop, but I discharged from Navy and didn't see a need. I mean, honestly, my Toshiba was a champ until it died in 2020, and it went everywhere. Yeah. Well, see, the laptop that broke. The only issue that I have with it is the port, the power port died. It needs to be like basically I need a new power port, and then the laptop is in perfect condition again. Other than the keyboard crapped out, which is normal for laptops, especially how much I used it. And the thing is like, oh, it's a 5-year laptop. The amount that I used it in the past 3 years, like since I've gotten sick, you got to realize I've been on my laptop, what, 16 hours a day? Seven days a week? So, like, the amount that I used it, and I mean, it's like, I didn't go anywhere for those, like, in those 3 years, I went to my girlfriend's, like, I brought it to my girlfriend's maybe, like, 4 or 5 times. So it really didn't go anywhere. As I said, like, on the opposite side of this table is my bed, and basically I would pick it up and bring it over to the bed, or, like, have it plugged in here. I would never unplug it, so it was always plugged in, and basically I would be turning the, like, moving it, and so the piece inside just kept turning, like, in circles inside of it, and that's what screwed it up. We are low on water. I need better storage here. 120 points. I don't have metal yet, but we are getting there. Oh, right, bad tide just came through, so we're getting more water now. We have 45, 41. I need another pump. Let's grab another pump before we start dying. Build you, build you. Okay, and then metal. Yeah, now I can build that there. I don't know why I couldn't build it there before. We're fine with here, so let's just grab you. Mine was eventually did on my, yeah, my Chiba. Just it seemed smarter to replace with a desktop since I wasn't all over the world anymore. Honestly, I think it's just I had desktops through the 2000s, and then I went into university, and the university gave me a desktop or gave me a laptop for my adaptive technology. So the computers I used or the programs I used for learning disabilities. And then after it, I bought my cheap Acer, and I was just so like I loved that Acer, like for how cheap it was and how well it lasted. As I said, basically I used it right up until it literally fell apart, and it still bloody works. So I wasn't really thinking, oh, maybe I should get a desktop. It's, hey, Acer just came out with a gaming, like a brand new gaming laptop. Buy it. And I was working, I was making decent money and all of that, so I just bought it. I didn't really, like, I put a like bit of research into it. Everybody said it was good. It had a lot of like basically it was made of metal where the other one was made of plastic. It had a lot of fans to get rid of the heat and all of that and blah blah blah. So basically the problems I had with my old one, this one solved to a degree. So I bought it. Okay, so we're not producing enough power. Why can we not get over here? That probably is the issue. Let's build up a little thing here so we can go down into the water. Go, so you'll build that now. That'll get me up to, I think, I don't know how much. So you do 135. It's saying, oh, demand is 2. No, you're saying 200. So probably 400. I will admit, adaptive technology did make it a struggle of performance 2018, but I didn't use it much anyway. Yes, sometimes in class, but not as much as a whiteboard. What adaptive technology did you have? Text to speech. What program? I didn't really use or teach anybody text to speech, to be honest. We literally did the opposite of speech to text. Because peeps didn't do sign language. Yeah. Still don't. Which I don't understand. Okay, so you're now running. So basically, we should be producing enough power to run all 3 of you. How are we peep-wise? We got 6 beavers going. You're thirsty, that's fine. There's tons of water back home. Okay, so let's... How big are you? You are 3. Let's just put it down here. 600 tech points. That's half my tech points right there. That is going to be a massive difference. So basically, each storage, you have 3 different forms of storage. You have your bulk storage, which is your wood and steel and that kind of stuff. You have your goods storage, which is like your foods, like basically the stuff that needs a roof over it. And then you have your liquid storage, which is these giant barrels or kegs. And basically you have 3 sizes, small, medium, large of each one. So the small bulk is 20, and then 180, and then 1,000. The small warehouse is 30, then 200, then 1,200. These barrels hold 30. The second one is 300, and then the one I just placed down is 1,200. So, massive fucking difference right there. It'll take a lot of resources to build. You're set to be water. We need gears, which we have enough of. We need planks, which we don't have enough of. And we need metal, which we just started making. I used it as my voice in class. Yeah. At the time, I never even thought of smartphone because I didn't even have a phone after accident. But yeah, I guess I could have used phone. I mean, I used it now for texting and stuff when I out, but phone apps have improved so much, especially for Amber. Yes. They, like, especially text to speech has become much more prevalent over this. Speech to text is an iffy one. Dragon, naturally speaking, I think is probably still the dominant one out there. And you have to literally train it to basically read what you're saying. And I had a lot of issues with it because it basically, like, I would always break it because I would train. I would be using it on a day that I'm not vocally as vocally clear as other days, and then it would record it, and then it just basically would just break eventually. So I had to keep resetting it because I never learned to save copies, save backups. Still haven't learned that. I can teach it. I can teach you to use backups, but I never use it myself. So that's the biggest one that we had. The other main ones were basically reading. So not necessarily text to speech, but more it's text to speech, but for books, textbook kind of thing. So Criswell and Read and Write Gold, which basically you put a textbook in them, or you basically for Read and Write Gold, it was more you just basically highlight a web page and it would read everything on it. It's not for people who and the entire thing was oh, it's for people who can't read. It's no, I used Criswell a lot because I can read, but I'm a slow reader. And basically what I would have it playing back at over 200 words a minute for me to basically grasp what it was saying. So basically I take in much faster verbal than what I can read. So it worked for me. But it allows her to text to speech for a person who doesn't know sign. It's a battery hog, but it's on 24/7 for her. Yeah. She has ABA for speech to text, which is for to see if you were talking to her and she. Okay, so a few beavers just died. We still have 6. Okay, so the next big thing I would want would be this, which is zip lines. Now, the zip lines do not need to be up high. You just go from one to another, and it makes traveling a hell of a lot faster. It's 700 points. I have that 20 metal we don't have, and any metal we get is going into here for quite a bit. We're halfway done here. So we'll just let this pop up. But, oops, what did I just do? Getting a zip line from there to somewhere over here would be great. Pylon is 500 points. Okay, let's turn you off. We're going to turn you back on, so you're just moving over here. Shit. Okay, shit. I need another farming thing. We did try using it for voice remotes. It may be 30% reliable, depends on the remote mic, I feel. Yeah. It's funny, when you watch people play games, and I found this, this was very common a few years ago, was basically people would, you watch somebody playing a new game, and then you buy the game because you're watching them play, but you know you can play the game better than they can. So you buy the game. And then it turns out that, well, you basically cannot play, you play it just about as well as they do. But the reality is when you're watching somebody play, they're chatting, and they're not paying 100% of the game. I've been chatting with you most of this game and haven't really been paying attention, and we're now out of food. If I had waited another 2 days, our people would have starved. It's great. Some days Netflix isn't an issue, and others day it's say something. I hate Netflix for the fact that they keep their audio low. So I can't watch the Netflix app because I can't hear it. As an autistic person, my audio is, I hear everything. So basically, if you have music at 5% in the background and you have your speaking at 100%, I hear them part. Well, not true. Not quite that true, but like Netflix keeps their music a lot higher than their speech. So if it's like 50 into 100, I can't hear a word that is being said. I just hear the music. So I cannot listen or I cannot watch anything on the Netflix app. I have to watch it through the sites that I watch. Not really concerned because Netflix doesn't really make that many good things to watch. You don't like Stranger Things? No, I really do. I got 153 water. You still haven't finished building this. Jesus, 2 more metal. Okay. I struggled to get through the first season of Stranger Things, and then I stopped. Like 100% Netflix audio output is best 50%. Yeah. I always have to jack up the volume to hear the movies, but if I switch back to TV mode, I get blasted out of the living room. Yeah. And even with it at 100%, I still can't hear. I have to put on headsets and have it blaring at 100%. And I don't want to have like my headset. I don't want to wear a headset while I'm watching TV. To be honest. Okay, so you're now functioning. So the next thing I want is zip lines, which will make traversing faster. We're just going to throw you here. The thing is, you do need a clear shot for them to work. So let's just throw the first one here. Yes. The second question is, how far can I go? Not very far. That is for sure. So I'd want the second one to be over here. And then I need a pylon, which I don't have the points for yet. I think I'm just going to throw a pylon in the middle of the water here. Once the water is clean again. Oh, we're in a drought, not a bad time. Oh, I did not pay attention to that. Alright, so once that is done, I still need the points though. Yeah, it gets, it got the point of now I just read CC with Amber because the volume switching is that loud problem I have as I can't keep up with the reading. Yeah. And if I am in a day, like when I'm in my Vertigo episodes or anything like that, like I can't read the CC nearly as fast as I can when I'm fine. I find like when I'm in my Vertigo episodes, my IQ plummets hard. I go very incompetent very quickly. I am absolutely amazed on that. So if I go here, I can get you in here, right? Oh, it's going to take a couple of you. 1 second here, actually. Oh no, I can go right there. That works. Okay. Oh, I just learned something new. So when I sit for a long time, I start shaking and my monitor shakes where my laptop didn't. Maybe it's more that vertigo is somewhat visually dependent and just visually during that your vision is tanked. No, it's not vision, it's everything. Like, I don't comprehend when people are talking to me, really. Like, the simple tasks become very not simple. I'm gonna take a quick walk around because I'm starting to shake. So I will be back. I don't know if I'm gonna mute or not because I don't know if I can. I can. I was muted. I didn't know I could mute. Oh, okay. My apologies. Yeah, I muted a while ago, so I went for a walk. I made a milkshake. I tried to mute, but I didn't see it mute. On OBS, it goes red. On here, it just put the line through it. So yeah, basically we are having food issues. I threw down some berries collectors just to get some quick ones. I said I'm absolutely amazed you did not make a single beaver joke in 3 hours of gameplay. We're now making, or I'm going to start growing potatoes, which is they get you more food than what carrots do. But they're more. You got to cook them and all that. Where a carrot you can just eat. But I did. You made the one broken joke. That's the only joke you made. Your beaver is broken. Surprised you didn't make a comment about my title. Alright, I think what I'm going to do over here... Yeah, I was going to mention must be 5.5 weeks. What's 5.5 weeks? 35, 40 days. What's 40 days? Cycle's 5.5 weeks? I thought it was 4 weeks. Sorry, milkshake. I thought it was 4 weeks. I thought it was a 28-day cycle. No? I know nothing. I went to a Catholic school. That's my thing. Alright, let's... Okay, so... Over here, I want just to basically do this in bulk. Except for the berry bushes. I'm gonna leave some berry. They're not good. They're just an emergency, but I'll keep them because they're an emergency. Use. So I need a road that goes right through. Average is 5.5. 4 is acceptable. Just should be looked at if it's 4 weeks consistently. I swear, I thought it was 4 weeks. I know a girl who basically had hers once a year, and basically she was bedridden for that, like for 2 weeks straight. Every year. Okay, so here I'm gonna want a forester. How far back can you go? Not really that far. Let's go here. No. Put you there. I also am gonna have a Happer, can we get you? Yes, we can. Let's put you there. And I want a Gatherer. So most of this doesn't need to be cleared out. It will just do it automatically. I just don't want it in my way. Boop. And the Gatherer goes here. Okay, so then from that point, I want chestnut trees over here. So we'll get chestnuts from them that we can cook. So more food there. I want pine trees over here so that we can get pine sap, resin or whatever it's called. And I'm gonna keep berries in this area here. And I'll probably put more pine down here. Yep, when I was on Norplant, I was once a year, twice if I was stressing. No, hers was, like, that's how she was. Built, kind of thing. So it was very bad. As I said, she was, like, basically bedridden due to pain. Okay, I need these removed so that the bushes actually need to get removed. The stumps not so much. Also you. So these trees aren't to be cut down, kind of thing. That's what we're doing here. Okay, chestnuts. We can also do maple and get maple syrup. Pine. And I am going to start with one of you right here. Dam just to hold the water back so that hopefully it doesn't all die. It's going to die whenever we get a bad tide until I deal with the bad tide, which won't be for a while yet. Actually, we are getting metals, so I can start dealing with the bad tide. Oh, right, we're still building zip lines, probably. Yes, one more is the pillar, which is 4 more metal. Okay. You are also going to replant dead trees. Oh, I missed them. No, you're not wrong. 28 days is considered average, but not all of us do. Okay. I was going to say, because it's called a monthly for a reason. And everybody correlates it to the moon, which is 20. I think the moon is like 25 days or something, but yeah, close enough. We also need a grill to cook potatoes. throw you here. And you will do grilled potatoes. So 1 potato. So basically we get, every 4 days we get 3 carrots. Every 6 days we get 1 potato. But 1 potato turns into 4 cooked potatoes. It's magic. Excuse me. Bulk storage. Let's just throw you there for now. On you. Oh, wait. You and you. The chestnuts will give us chestnuts every 3 days once they are grown in 23 days. So when I was super athletic, I was more 35 to 40 days. Yeah, but it's more common for athletes because they, like, athletes more push it back. Or delay it. If you're stressed, it is less likely to happen. If you're athletic, it's less likely. If you, like, because your athletes are putting stress on their body, right? I need 2 more metal. I pay some attention to this, surprisingly. Oddly enough, when we first started dating, like my girlfriend here, for the first year and a half, she was amazed that I always knew her schedule more than she did. Of course, there's a different reason for that, but. Okay. Prioritize potatoes, please. I don't know if you're coming over here. It looks like you are coming over here. I want you to focus over here. Norplant, it was average twice a year, but mostly I was a 1 cause physical activity. Is that the shot? Still need 2 metal. Oh yeah, we're not producing any metal. We got no power right now. No water wheel. And we're out of water. You can see we sucked it dry. Norplant is the subdermal implant. Okay, so is that like an IED or is that yeah, that'd be like an IED. The new US approved is called Nexplana. It'd be called something completely different in Canada. Different country, different name. How long do these last? 1 day of dehydration, so yeah. They're about to die. We got some potatoes. We got food though stored up still. But yeah, it was red over here. Now it is yellow because of the zipline. It'll make it so much faster. Is it an IED or IED? I guess the U. The internal uterus device or something like that. Guess that would make sense. Okay. This is a long bloody joke. Lots of water stored up. Still waiting on that. Yeah, I need the water. I need water to run so I can power things. Funnily enough, Amber, the current Ontario government that we have originally got elected on the subject of sex education because the other government that we had basically put in one that started at kindergarten with like body parts, and they like basically the conservatives thought that was horrible. Yep. Basically, the right wing people think that sex education should be more taught at home. You heard body parts? Okay, sorry. The Our government in Ontario was originally elected because of sex education. The government we had before it, which was liberal, so center, introduced a new sex education plan that started teaching sex ed at kindergarten, which was basically just body parts. So, like, basically the entire thing was, this is your arm, this is your torso, this is your leg, this is your penis, this is your whatever. But basically, the right wing people saw that as, oh my god, that's horrible, and blah blah blah, and so we elected a conservative government who is talking a whole lot of shit in other directions. But school was kind of a joke. I went to a Catholic school, yeah. Our sex education is a joke in Catholic school. You don't learn condoms. For contraceptives, we learned of diaphragms, and we were told that they are, if you use them too much, they will make you infertile. So don't use them. The teaching usually starts with any cross your legs, not your fingers. Something along the lines, yeah. Okay, I need to... Okay, so the zip line is now functioning. Whee! You can see how much faster it is. Sure, what are we doing? I have 500 points. I think the next step is to start getting rid of, or start blocking the bad water. So that is 400 points. And where does it start over here? Can't put you there, but I can put you right there. Yes, I'll spend the points. And then I need a water stick, which is 150 points, which kind of expensive. The teaching usually starts with... Oh yeah, there we go. I mean, the entire thing of, oh, just teach, like, they can teach it at home. They can, but they never do. And it's like, I went to 2 Catholic high schools. The first one had 1,600 kids and 4 pregnant girls. And then the second one, which was literally out in the forest and the school was hardly built. Like, basically, the first year that I was there, the second floor was built, the first floor was not. So it took, like, and it was, like, honestly, just in the middle of the forest. The first year, I think we had around 800 kids. About 1,200 the second year, and we averaged around 8 to 9 pregnancies a year. Yeah, don't teach condoms though. I mean, what good would condoms do? My girlfriend also went to a Catholic school, but she went in Toronto, where they didn't have nearly this issue. Uh, and she said it's like she went through like gym for phys ed, physical education, the entire like up to grade 12, and she's like, they teach you condoms in grade 12. I'm like, that's useful. I would think a Catholic school was none. Well, it's none sex. They don't want you having sex. It's just nobody listens to it. Okay, I think I'm gonna put another one here. We started sex ed, from what I remember. I honestly think like you learn about the body parts when you're in kindergarten, from what I remember. Like even there's the movie Kindergarten Cop where the boys like boys have penises and girls have vaginas, and it's like okay, there's nothing wrong with that. Like that is proper education. But I remember in grade 5 we were learning like basically how sex worked. 7th to 10th for us. Yeah, we like 5 to 8 we learned how like the physical like how sex worked and pregnancy. Like how to reproduce, I guess you would say. You are being why have you not done anything over here? If I may ask, there's lots of room to do things here. What are you doing? We have a shortage of jobs. La 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 la. I have 4 baby. Okay, but we need more housing. That's what I'm getting at here. You are 250 points, and you hold more people. Well, Louisiana, I never bothered to ask Amber when they did hers. I feel since she was in a special needs school, it might have been later. From what I know about special needs people, you would do it sooner. Oh, wow. Anybody with Downs or severe autism, they get those hormones very soon, or they get the hormones just like everyone else. They don't understand it. So it would be like they don't have the resistance aspect. And then there's also the taking advantage of aspect. So like people can take advantage of people with disabilities quite easily, so you'd want them to be aware of that. So in my opinion, you would teach them sooner than you would teach the non-special needs people. Makes sense. She did have Downs kids in her class. Yeah. The issue with special needs classes is they go, oh, here, you're special needs. Everybody's just grouped into one. I have an IQ of 153. Down syndrome is literally an IQ of 40 or less. There's a slight difference between me and a Down syndrome person. But yes, just put me in remedial classes because that's going to work. And I never did any homework or go to class. So okay, I need this. Do I work on population first or the water? Let's work on the water first. Okay, so these are automatic dams. With this stick here, this stick will basically tell us what's above the water. And then we use it to close above contamination of 5%. So if the water here gets contaminated by 5%, these will automatically close, not letting any water by. They also basically close if the water gets to a certain height over here and all of that. So they're quite useful. They're expensive to make though. I need to make another one over here. And it'll be the same thing. Close above contamination is 5%. I need a weight over there. I mean, honestly, in my opinion, they should be teaching, like, schools should be teaching sign language from kindergarten onward. There's no reason that they're not. The only reason that they don't is because teachers already don't know the subjects that they're teaching and need to hold a fucking book because they don't know the information. If the teachers learn the information, they don't need to hold a book and can be teaching sign language at the exact same time as they're teaching anything else. Because let's face it, you learn your language not from somebody sitting here going, this is this, but from just listening to the person. So if they're doing sign language as they're speaking, you're going to learn it quick. And yes, in kindergarten, they still go, A is for apple, and they can do the sign language for all of that. And show the picture. A for apple. Here's the sign. Here's the apple. And then they just basically teach it all the way through. And then you don't have, like, basically everybody knows sign language. She said it was socially, but most of the deaf kids were grouped together. Like, it wasn't a point to have a Downs kid learning unless they happen to be deaf as well. All that has changed. Her school was shut down 2021, and now they all go to public school. Yeah. Well, see, we had Down syndromes in our school. Basically, it's the Catholic. If you have a disability, you go to a Catholic school. If you were blind or deaf, you would go to a residential school, which is a different school for like severe disabilities. However, autism and Downs went to Catholic schools. And to be honest, most of the kids accepted, like, were quite but like, I don't know how to say it. Everybody liked the Downs kids, kind of thing. Like, they were kind of, they kind of like pets, I guess you would say, in a horrible way. Like, not in a horrible way, but in a horrible way. Like, yep, she learned from cards, visual apple followed by the sign. Yeah, or finger spelled for apple. But yeah, she was in a dorm school. I don't know if the residential schools for blind people are residential or are dormed. I would have to ask my friend who went to one. I haven't talked to him in a while. But I had a visually impaired person in my class in grade like 7 and 8 too. So prioritize nothing. I need a storage for you. You are gonna hold resident. We still don't have metal. Oh right, we're using the metal. Okay, so drought started. So pretty much if a bad tide occurs, once this wall is built, it's just going to be a drought. We need to work on that. I need to start damming up the place to get water to sit. Excuse me. Which means I need explosives. This would be the best place to get those. Or get the chemicals. Alright. How am I doing food-wise? We got lots of potatoes and carrots. Still excellent. We'll check at the end of this 7-day long drought. how we're doing with everything. They employed a lot of peeps. It's kind of sad, but then again, I feel the public schools, since they have primary now, they would be working there anyway. Don't know. The caretakers? It depends if they already had caretakers or not. Okay, so we get resin. The issue with this, I have no idea how long I think these have been growing for. Okay, so it looks like we have a ton of scrap metal. I need to expand that. Let's grab a second. How am I on? I don't have employees. I am down a whole lot of employees. Okay. Let's look at expanding housing. So what do we have? We have 33. This is 9. 27. 35. 36. I guess really no different than being an elderly care nurse, just different age group. You have to, like, they're teaching assistants here. They're teachers' aides. So they have, like, here they know how to teach, kind of thing. I mean, if you want a really good paying job here, you become a translator for ASL, which is like a, oh my god, what they say? I think it was said it was like a 6 or 7 year degree to get that. Basically, you're looking at like basically doctor level of education to be for it. Yeah, I was thinking they would have to have some teaching credits. There's an alert. What was my alert? 43 minutes ago. Unmute your mic source. Thanks. You couldn't have made a sound telling me to unmute. Yeah, Amber had translator for college. They were assigned by the county, like literally that was their only job. Amber didn't trust them. Yeah. I know some sign. I know how to spell. Like I know how the alphabet, which if I don't know the sign, I can just spell it. Okay, so that is a lot of housing. That is, yeah, 39. I'm going to get rid of all this. Okay, so that's only a few extra beds. So how do I want to do this? Okay, and I'm going to put not that many houses. That'll give us 45. That should be sufficient for a few minutes. Giggles, that's one of our sign jokes. Spell it. Oh, it's just a joke in general, though. Spell it. Me and my ex took like sign languages courses together when we were dating, and we had some like jokes through sign language. It was also good for her, like just going. I was like, I want to leave now. I need this up here. Is it IT? Or is it really is? Is it a... Is there a sign for it? Or is it just spelled out IT? See, before the 90s, I guess I wouldn't have been a consideration. What do you mean? We had 6 unemployed, or 6 empty spots, and 5 babies. Oh, it wouldn't have been a consideration. Sorry. Oh, because of IT, the job IT. But is there a sign for it or no? So yeah, we have to adapt to. Everybody has to adapt. I mean, I learned, I think like last year or the year before, what the correct or what the old term for your disability is. The word that you use a lot, or that people used a lot, just didn't know what it actually meant. Yeah, IT now is basically fingerspell IT, but it's touch head after to separate the two meanings. Alright. Touch head upper lower or like male female or just touch head? IT male guy. An IT female person. Like forehead. So IT guy is what you're saying. Wait a second. Okay. Demolish that. Okay, so bad tide is now just a drought. Excellent. Oh, 1 second. There we go. Let's actually close that one for now. And we will close below contamination. Five. Why she hates words like read and read in CC because in sign it's two different signs. Read, read, read. You forgot the name read. Okay, so we had a tough start here. We're getting better. Okay, so 33, that'll get us our population up more. I need what now? Let's. Okay, so we got a lot of kids. Let's grab another one. Let's grab another house. For more of a boom. And let's grab a second steel metal smelter thing going here. And that can go there. I did not mean to do that. I want another wheel here and here. There was just a ping. Did I have a hiccup or something on anything? No warning or anything. I feel if she could suddenly hear, it would just fuck her up. Probably. I need to road this. Oh, there's pops blocking it. 13 children, no, okay, no job vacancies, but we have 5 unemployed, so a lot of unemployed coming up. Alright, so I need a plan to employ them. So what is the next step I need? Let's grab more research. Fine with those for now. Let's get some more. Okay. Grab a campfire for over here. Let's grab 2 sharpeners. 4 positions. The well-being section over here is going to get a bit of a boost. Contemplation, let's grab you. This will make people happier as well. There's 4 of those. One of the questions my mother asked me when I was a kid that I've often thought about since was, if you've been blind your entire life, what do you dream? Would you understand, like, what are you seeing in your dreams, and if you are seeing anything, are you understanding any of it? You know the answer? How could you possibly know the answer? Because the thing is they can't actually describe, like, basically they're going to give you a description of what they see, but you don't, like, what they are telling you could be completely different than what you're understanding, right? because they don't know what you're seeing. Like, if they say they see an elephant, their visualization of what an elephant is going to be different than what, like, somebody who's seen one is. Okay, so we got lots of power here. Not panicking. I imagine people would would have been looking at that for many years. I just don't know if I would trust any of it because it's very opinionated, probably. Drought is approaching. All right. Um. So one thing we can be doing is build one of you here. And it's not going to stop any of the water going through. It's not to stop bad water coming through, but it's to basically slow water down. So best I can describe it is that if you were born blind, your dreams are black or no vision, but you have uh, cognizant supplemental, so you may in fact know how an elephant feels, so somewhat tactile and audio dreams, like Amber dreams in Sign, so how she explained it. But how do they know it's black and not that there's something there? Like, how would a blind person know what black is? Okay, so let's grab a few more berry bushes here, and let's grab more pine trees here. How are we on resin? Actually, we got 168. That's not much, but it's not like we're hurting people. Let's get rid of you 4. So the question is, Amy, basically, would they recognize that they're seeing something when they're dreaming? Like, Amber dreams in Sign is how she explained it. Well, they do know that people who had sight are blind. They do dream in color because their brain at one point learned the image. So Amber learned language as an image, so her dreams are all in sight. Yes, but red isn't red unless you know it's red, right? So they couldn't describe to you that something is red unless they know it's red. So them saying, "Oh, it's black," how do they know it's black? Who's saying it's black? Or it's dark? They don't know what dark is. Like my friend who, like, he doesn't have eyes. He was born without eyes. Okay, so but them being blind is neurologically the term red means nothing, so they wouldn't say it. But that's what I mean. So what do they see when they're dreaming? Are they seeing red, or are they seeing black, or are they like? Because you said it's dark, but what's the definition of dark? We need more woodcutters. We used up a lot of wood. I can still use you. Like, you're not overburdened. Let's go to this road here. And I want you to plant more trees. More oaks. Yeah. And more pines in here. I see what you mean, but after reading that in a psych class years ago, if they have no concept of color, they not gonna dream it. Are you sure about that? Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this one and move it over here. I do want two of them. They said no, all 0 of them. How would they know? Like, the entire thing is I'm asking questions that I know people have looked at, but how do you answer? Because the entire thing is basically like the only way I think you would really be able to have it answered is you would have to give somebody who's been blind their entire life sight, and then you would have to ask them these questions of when you dream, what did you see? We're also getting chestnuts here, so I can start cooking them now. They have pop. Water being dammed here is quite nice for that. Yeah, I get it. I can only tell you about Amber for sure because we talked about it. But how would Amber, like, and here's the part for Amber, how would Amber know if she was hearing something in her sleep? I know that people would be communicating her to her through sign language, but how does she not know that somebody, like, literally, there's something making a noise? Because has Amber heard noise before? But she dreams in sign, or like if you had a dream of Superman, you would talk to Superman, her Superman would sign. But that's because like she's dreaming of sign because she's seen it and it's familiar. It's in her subconscious. She feels vibrations. So the vibrations would be true. Because sound is vibrations, right? So that answers that one. Am I annoying you yet? Yeah, suck this one dry again. Yeah, it's really cool thing for peeps to think. Yeah, I love this conversation. Okay, so this water should dam up a bit, so it should basically like give us more water here, which will flow in slower when there's a drip. It's not gonna be much though, unfortunately, until we get explosives. Bum. Okay, so what is the next step? We have a tiny bit of metal. Like, I am mute, but I do have dreams where I still sing and can even hear myself. Quite a complex thing. Not really. That's your subconscious. You know what your voice sounded like before or when you had one. You haven't always been mute. You had the experience. It's the same thing as if you basically something happened and you went blind, you would still dream visual things, or if you went deaf, you would still hear in your sleep. Because it's your subconscious, it's not your eyes or your ears. Or in your case, your vocal cords. It's your like a dream is a subconscious thing. So let's grab a road over here. Okay, and I place you. You have. Oh no, I over you got really short freaking range. I only need. The pump over here though, so it's not like I need a lot. So let's just grab you. I need a way to get there. Where'd you go? And add. Okay. So, what do we need? Power, metal, science, no. Full science. So centrifuge uses gears and planks, and it takes toxic water and wood and makes chemicals. And then we use chemicals and we use dynamite. What does dynamite use? Dynamite uses chemicals, or uses toxic water to make dynamite. It also needs power, so does the centrifuge. It needs a lot of power. Alright. So I need a plan here. I think right here is going to be more industry. Unfortunately, this is a horrible place for industry because it's prime food like. I need a paper mill. Let's grab a paper mill. Wood, printing paper. You use 250. Okay, let's grab you. Put you right here. Yes. And I'm going to build you there with an axle on it. The road here. There we go. Yeah, well, don't forget you sort of overdevelop another sense opposed to the one you missed. Like Amber visually, Acuity is way stronger than mine, but also she can smell more detail. Yes, she has no clue, however, if the smell has a sound. Like if you squish an orange, you can hear you squished it, but should visually see and smell it as well. She's not gonna know it made a squish sound. True. But what we're saying here, though, is still like in your case where you lost your voice, you're still like you're you're not using any senses when you're sleeping. You seeing isn't using your eyes or your sense of sight. You hearing in your dreams isn't using this like sense of sound. It's just your subconscious. It's your brain giving you memories. But she knows it's squish. Well, she saw it squish, or she smells it squish. It's a super thing to think about. Yeah. Wow, that was built really fast. I did not expect that to get built so fast. Alright, let's get rid of these trees here, because they're in my way. So I need this water. Tea. Like I said, I can't make noise other than hiss, but I still sing my ass off in my head. Can you whistle? Yes, I can whistle and make pop sounds. So why is this water not building up? Let's lower you down to 75? 65, I think. There we go. Okay, you can see the water, or the fertile land, hydrated land, like expanding up here. Just making sure it doesn't overflow. jump it up to 70. What do you... Oh, me making the noise. What I can't do is make my vocal cords come together anymore. I can burp too well, sort of. It's burp 2.016. So does it make sound when you burp? So here's okay. So do you make sound when you cough? Do you make sound when you burp? And do you make sound when you sneeze? I'm guessing sneeze is through your nose, so probably. But you're not doing an old man sneeze where it's achoo. So that's too fast. It's all draining. And it all drained really fast. Oh, you know what I did wrong here? I just realized what I did. Okay, let's... I think this should have been a dam, not a leave, so that the water could have overflown. And then... Or did I get it? We didn't get it. Yeah. So let's delete one of you, see if that helps. Water flood. I need a dam right here. So let's focus on that. Do that quick, please. Sneeze, cough, and burp is airy, because generally that's forced from diaphragm, so it's not as audible like a normal throat. Okay. Kind of shocked about the sneeze, cough, and the burp, not so much. Okay, so now if I do... So you're up there. Open, closed, open, closed, open, closed, open, closed. So I go 75. Oh wait, I'm trying to go the other way. Close above downstream. Close above. So if it's above 60, it's going to close the bottom part. So then all the water basically is just coming through. This is a spillway still. Is that going to overflow? Or is that one little thing enough? I think your vocals have to close. Well, I feel that's the mechanics for it to be like noise. Honestly, I have absolutely no concept of how a vocal cord works. And I don't bother typing it out because it won't really understand it through the chat. I'd actually have to like concentrate on it. Biology was never my strong. Science is never my strong. Okay. So what I've done here is hopefully during a drought, basically we'll have a reserve of water here that'll trickle into here slower. Well, you sound fine. Yeah. I just don't know how. Remember, before when I started university, I was a psych major. The only reason I stopped taking psych was because dyslexia and Latin, like medical Latin, really don't mix. Wait, I don't want eaten today. I don't get what you mean. Bad water pump, 250. Okay, so let's throw you here. And I'm gonna throw... I'm not gonna store it over here. Where am I going? Where am I going with industry? Where do I want industry? I think industry would be better over here. Ow, my jaw. They're not... I'm dehydrating. Drought approaching. Well, that's a good test for this. Okay, so we're going to continue farming along here. And preferably along this as well, because this is going to stay hydrated. I don't need the industry running 24/7. It would be nice if it was, but it's not going to be. So best bet is probably over here. So there's no flattish area. I can flatten it, but that takes time. Okay, so we're currently... Are we watching The Pit tonight? So the other thing is, I asked her if she dreams, and I'm in it. Really cool question. Am I singing because I have to, or because she dreams in sign, or am I signing? Sorry, signing because I have to, or because she dreams in sign. Well, she would sign. You would be signing in her dreams, probably. If, like, I mean, you're talking in her dreams, you're signing, probably. I mean, she's seen you do it before, so it's not that out of ordinary, right? I mean, you can have out of ordinary dreams, but typically to have an out of ordinary dream, you have a dream that's like you have to know basically those like basically it's just A and B put together, where A and B probably shouldn't be put together. It's because we sign, so her brain retains that is how we talk. Yeah. Same thing as like you started speaking in a different language. You can dream in that language. I mean, if you hear another language, you can dream in that language. You just might not understand what was being said. This is a nice flat lane. I could. industry this. I would prefer more river access. I think it's a decent setup for start area. Alright, do I have paper being made? I have paper being made. Okay. So, power, what do I need for the large windmills? I have all of that. I don't have the 30 paper, but I do have everything else there. 1.4, I have that too. 40 planks, 20. Alright, so we're going to switch over to this. Kind of. So, this is a nice start. Okay, so what I'm thinking here. Might seem weird right now, but I do have a plan with it. Which also probably seems weird. Alright, so let's grab a road. Going down this way. And now I need that. Correct, I remember that from psych class. It was a really cool chapter. You dream in the language you know, but also my dreams I am still speaking, but not so much if I dream and she is in it. So here's a question for you, because you've heard her voice. That, like, she hasn't heard her voice, but you have heard her voice. So have you heard her speak in your dreams? Or does she just make noise? But I also dream in Spanish too. Yes, it depends on the dream or who is in it. No. Yeah. Alright. I mean, you might not understand Mandarin, but if you sit there watching, like, if you have a Mandarin channel on 24/7 and not really pay any attention to it, but you hear it in the background, and you go to bed, you might hear it still in your sleep. Like, you might subconsciously be hearing it. You won't know what's being said, but you retain the language. Kind of. Have you looked at Masters at all? From his work? You would like his work, I know that much. I just dropped something. I think that was my deodorant, which I haven't put on yet. Trying to find my phone cord. This massive fucking monitor blocks all my view. Oh, it's way over there. So Masters was not psychology, but sexology. She makes noises, but they are mostly unintelligible. For example, she knows ANNIE equals Annie, but when she tries to say it, it's Army. Aw, Annie was in the army. That wouldn't bother Annie at all. Okay. So if I get rid of you... I was in the Navy. Damn it. Nope. Army now. There's no tension between the two, right? You all get along, right? Perfectly fine? Alright, so I want you there. And yes, we beat Army this year at football. So is that the sport that has nothing to do with a ball and a foot, or is that the sport where they kick the ball with their foot? No, I'm just screwing with you. Oh yeah, we're still in the drought, and so this eventually drained out. Still have water here, pumping into or going into here slowly, but this is all getting pumped out into here. So yeah. NFL football. So the one that has nothing to do with feet or balls. There's no ball in the game, and foot never comes in contact. Most of the time you use football, if it's soccer style. Oh, I say football. Because you kick the ball with your foot. You didn't answer if we were watching the pit tonight. Football is Spanish for soccer. I think it'd be Spanish for football. Since that's what the rest of the world calls it. Well, yeah, but you do realize that that was wrong then what you just said, because it's not soccer, it's football. You were teaching, that'd be horrible. Look, we got metal. Yeah, I got 9 unemployed. I am working on this. I need to. That's actually something I can build. Any builder's hut? Yes. Get rid of these resources here. Okay, focus on that. Oh, it's almost already done. Excellent. So I am out of something. Then I am out of planks. Excellent news. I'm a follower, not a leader. So what I'm going to do here is basically build a line of water wheels. A line, basically all of the axles to connect it all, and then another line of water wheels going this way. And on top will be the windmills. So basically, this will just be a big power function, like a big power plant going straight down. And then over here we'll have industry. So an axle, basically the axles have no power limit. So if you pump like 1,000,000 power here and you put it like one, like you can pump like 1,000,000 power through one axle. Weird. So we can throw in rugby. Is that Canadian football? Rugby is rugby. And Canadian. Okay, so what you call the NFL is actually Canadian. You basically adapted that into an American version. Like basically, you made the field shorter. Congratulations. That's all you did for like the NFL. So is me saying like you're calling it wrong? It's Canadians who called it wrong because it's Canadians who called it football. Wait, yes. Basketball is Canadian, football is Canadian, soccer is European. I think it's British. Lacrosse is Canadian, hurling is Canadian. Rugby, I have no idea what country that is from. It's British. It's that predates North America by far. I thought honestly Canadian was more like rugby. No. No. Hockey is more like rugby. Less rules than that. Well, hockey now has a lot of rules for obvious reasons, but still has less gears and more contact. Rugby is like Ireland, UK, yeah, somewhere around there. Cricket, I'm guessing is British. I don't know. I know that the Cricket World Cup and the Soccer World Cup, well, or World like Championships. I don't know what they're called, but the soccer or football and the cricket one, basically, like you have 1 billion people watching them. Where like the Grey Cup in Canada gets like a couple million people watching it. Super Bowl in the U.S. gets a few million people watching it. Like nothing compared to what cricket and soccer get, though. Like not even remotely close. I'm still doing absolutely nothing with chestnuts. That needs to change. Okay, let's grab 2 new storages then. So you will be cooked chestnuts. And you will be uncooked chestnuts. And we will cook chestnuts in this. How are we doing on potato? We have no potatoes. Alright. Grilled chestnuts. Cricket, I think, is primarily British, but not sure if India got it from them or vice versa. And that's the issue. That's the issue with saying, "Oh, it's British," because it's like, well, Britain just basically went everywhere and took everything, right? So, saying something British is kind of a challenge. That's a good point too. The British have been literally everywhere. Yeah. So basically, a lot of these sports are forms of globalization. Things adapted from one country to another, like basically what football is. Football was a form of rugby that basically put gear on and gave rules and a larger field. Alright, so I'm guessing they're started eating the grilled chestnuts and the happiness is going up for more food. Or more variation of food. Do. Okay. I need planks. Are we producing planks? We're not producing enough planks. Do. And are we doing logs? We have a lot of logs. Okay, so grab those 3. Yes, I'm putting them over here. This will be short term. Well, no matter what, golf is golf. Golf is Scottish. Unless it's frisbee golf. Or what about mini golf? Or snow golf. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream as long as I usually do with this until I get a new monitor. So I need to get I need to get it like I want a 20-inch monitor, and it needs to have a solid base. It cannot be like on a small stand because I shake a lot, and it's making me sick. The mini golf is still a putter to get in the hole. Get it in the hole. I mean, hockey is a large putter to get it in a big hole or into a net. We played frisbee golf. Amber's and I. She throws like a girl. I would hope so. I wanted to get a centrifuge. I was working on that and I stopped. Need planks then, that's why. So you guys are functioning over here. Excuse me. What? Who made your monitor? What company is your monitor? Like, what's a good company for monitors? Like, the one I stole is LG. The one I like that I have like to the side there is Philips. Do I need speakers in it? I don't know how long Philips is going to last. This is the big part too. It's been a few years. Yeah, we're still apparently good on food. Getting built there. Got some beavers airing out. Not 100% sure. Think maybe a View Sonic, or it's Elite, or it's both. It would say in front, like at the bottom front. Probably in big white or silver letters. It's funny how every monitor seems to be built the exact same. I guess TVs are too. Says Elite in front. I lost my big list of questions that I came up with. It was on my computer, or my laptop. It's like the 12. Jesus. Okay, it's ViewSonic, blah blah blah, according to the system specs, but it says Elite on front. Alright. Surprised the guy hasn't called me about getting my laptop fixed. He kept basically. This part was really fucking annoying. He kept trying to get me to update my or upgrade my old laptop, like the one that has no internal fans and half of the left-hand side is missing. Yeah, I'm gonna put some money into upgrading this, please, because yep, that's gonna be useful. 270 means 27-inch. So you have a 27-inch, but you're also like 2 feet away from it. If I had more room, and if I was farther away from it, I would be happy with it, but I don't have the room. Especially with the PC having to be like on the desk, because my thing is like as you said, getting the laptop back would be good, like getting it working again. and my thinking was to have it to the right on the table that's next to me. So, and then basically there's a device, I can't remember what it's called, but basically you can hook it up so that you push it like to the monitors. So basically the HDMI cables go into like this device, into the monitors, and into the like the PC and into the laptop. So then you basically just flip a switch, and the mouse, the keyboard, and the monitors would switch between the PC and the laptop, which would be nice. So I could basically either use, like, if I'm on my like on the desktop, I can have the laptop there running and just see its screen. And as you said, for a stream, that would be nice to have, but like instead of having to use my phone, which is at 9% battery, and then if I want to do stuff on it, I can just switch it over to have the normal ones. But basically, the desktop tower is now taking up that spot because it's massive. But this has its own built-in speakers. I think mic too, but somehow I managed to turn it off so peeps don't gonna hear us typing. I remember the typing complaints when I first got it. The mic has been off since the lights were turned off. Yeah. You can hear me typing, I'm guessing now, because I could hear me typing when I could hear myself before I turned that off. I hate me and mics. Mics don't like me. They will literally pick up every sound other than my voice. It also has this backlight that subtly flashes. It's supposed to help deter eye strain. I just keep all lighting at a minimum. Like all brightness at a minimum. It's 5 o'clock. You still haven't answered, are we watching The Pit tonight? I'm gonna go make a pizza. No, probably not, but if you can make it go, I can put it on the list. I don't know what you mean by that. I can watch it, yes. I can put it on Discord, yes. Like, I can watch it with you on Discord. Me scrolling is getting, or zooming in and out, screwing with me now. Well, there's only one season, 2 episodes so far. Yeah. That's what I was asking. Are you guys wanting to binge it, or are you wanting to watch it weekly? And you said you want to watch it weekly. So we can watch episode 1 tonight, and then we can watch episode 2 in 2 days, and then we're caught up. Or we can watch episode 1 tomorrow night, and 2 in 2 days, and then we're caught up. We normally watch it weekly now that we hook. Yep, it's a good show. I'm interested to see if they're going, like, if it's one day again. I love reading reviews about these things, and people are like, "Oh, like some of the reviews were, oh, it's really preachy," and it's like, well, it's a medical show. Of course, it's preachy. If you're watching a medical show, you probably aren't an anti-vaxxer, and you probably aren't against modern medicine. So it was in fact on January 8th. Yeah, we can watch. Like, do you want to watch episode 1 or no? Queen of Brilliant Minds as well as Watson. I've never seen either of those. I finally finished the ribs this morning. That's how much I've been eating. I typically don't like television. I'm very, very picky when it comes to TV in general. I'm screwing with my head now. It's making me sick. Alright. Okay. So, I am back to streaming. I really was looking forward to streaming through the holidays, like especially Christmas and New Year's, because I am alone for all of that. So it would have been nice to be like have some sort of communication with the outside world. The fact that I don't even text through my phone, like I text through my computer and call through my computer and everything, means that like basically I was just cut off from everything. From the viewpoint of neurosurgeon and kinda has a house I've never seen house, but Vibes is also a house I've never seen house. Vibe. House had too much attitude, didn't really care. As I said, I'm very picky when it comes to TV. I'm not watching for fake drama. I like medical shows for being medical drama, not Chicago Med where you create, or Grey's Anatomy, like, or any of these where you create other drama within the drama, like the ER. Just give me the actual, like, this actually happens. These are actual issues. Just less comedy as house, I would say. You seen the Nick? Nope. Never heard of it. Alright. I am going to end here. I should be back on tomorrow, noon Eastern Time. I don't know if it'll be this or Valheim. Or Vintage Story. It'll be one of the three. The other two are not loaded on the computer yet. Thank you all for watching. It's been a pleasure. And yes, thank you all, and I hope to see you all again. Have a great day, everybody.